No, I'm ready.
Okay, copy, guys.
Do we need to go from them?
Hey, guys, you are go for release.
Copy, go.
All right, big moment coming up, releasing that last bolt.
Frank, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. Should be 26 turns.
And once this bolt is released, IROSA will be free of the FSC and ready to be on the move.
For this next maneuver, can we just do THC left, 2.4 meters only?
Copy. Press.
And we concur with that, Koichi. That sounds like a good plan.
Heads up, Frank. It's a return to go. Copy. It's released. It's pulling me forward.
And copy, good release.
We see the bolt is now released. Nothing holding IROSA in place now to the flight support equipment. We can already see it starting to lift up. Now at the second attachment point for the scoop, you can see a small lever on the back.
Yeah, I know.
And the lever's in the middle, the scoop's in kind of its capture mode. You can flip it to the left, that's in its lock mode. Then swing it back to the right to release, but it looks like we have two scoops now.
Give me just 1 second. All right. I'll put my hand down here. Yep. Camera's off. Great. I've got 2 scoops.
Copy. Good release. Scoops are on. And Frank, if you want to translate over to Stanchion Charlie to assist the GCA.
Copy, Emily. So I have shifted to my right. I think. Well, so I think you're bumping me just a little bit as a heads up. Yep. Sorry, that's okay. We expect you to be centered up on these 4 bolts that I'm staring at, right? I think we've just shifted a little bit. Station, let's see.
Yeah, Josh, we you know, based on what we can see here, you should be pretty close to centered right now. There's not much room to go laterally. We do see it kind of pitching down from you away from the base plate.
Okay. If you could pull it when you get there. Yep. All right, I'm going to help pull you down a little bit. That'd be great. Come towards me, I think. Are we not off the pins yet? You are. It's grabbing on something. I think there's an edge that's keeping me from. But you know what? This is actually okay. As you go up, I'll hold it in place and wait until you're level, and then I'll release it. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Can you tell, are we free around the perimeter? We are, yes. Okay. But obviously I can't tell on the side that's opposite the tower. It does seem like we're shifted that way. Shifted towards the tower? I'm sorry, opposite the tower. Yeah, no, you're only 1 inch away from Delta and Charlie, so I think, yeah, it's just the clearance, but it looks about even.
Yeah, and as we discussed, guys, we have tight clearances there. Frank, just a heads up, want to watch any of the no touch on that end of the IROSA, and that tab is okay to hold on to, just don't get your finger in that hole.
Okay. All right, Frank, let me just give you a heads up, and then I'll turn it over to you. Okay. My helmet is not centered up on the FSE, so somehow both me and the IROSA have shifted away from the tower, probably about 1.5 inches. Okay. We'll just keep that for FA, and I am happy to have you drive me around. Okay. Are you ready? I'm ready. All right, M1, ED1.
Okay, go ahead, Frank.
Koichi, you have a go for a publish to IROSA removal.
Okay, we copy that. And this is Josh's body down for 2.4 meters to the published IROSA removal position.
Copy.
And Frank, what's your helmet
Here
clearance?
comes the motion in.
Yep. I see it. Clear.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
Copy. I see motion, good motion.
Okay, good motion.
So I'm keeping you, I can see it. Clear on this side, and we have about 1 inch, so I think you're clear on the other side. I agree. Looks like we're clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
Josh, about 10 more degrees, I'm going to be letting go. Okay. Still clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
All right, Josh, I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1. Letting go. Just lightly. I'm going to keep my fingers very lightly, but not touching. Feet away from the tower by about 1 inch. You're clear of all the stanchions. Continue, Koichi.
Continuing.
You're good there. Hold that current course.
Copy.
And Josh, you're clear to cheat away from the tower a little bit more since you have clearance on that side. You're clear of the FOA. You're about a quarter of the way clear of the grapple fixture. Halfway clear of the grapple fixture.
Copy.
Got about 5 inches of clearance on this side, so continue.
Copy, continue.
The bottoms of the beam are past the plate. About 5 more inches till you're completely clear. Josh, you're completely clear of the tower and the grapple fixture. Nicely done.
Nice teamwork, guys.
No, great job on pulling that thing.
20 centimeters to go.
Copy. Can I go ahead and start my socket swap?
That's a firm, Frank. We're going to socket swap.
Okay, Josh, position hold, and we're going to set up a JOCAS for outboard JOCAS.
Copy.
And Frank, you're going to drop off your 12-inch onto the socket caddy and then put the 2-inch that's in your trash bag on your PGT. Just for your SA, this is the last time the crew. So if you give us a good heck of you, we can help with inventory, not asking for an inventory at this time.
Okay. Copy.
Two hours, 47 minutes, 30 seconds into the spacewalk. IROSA now released from its spot on the FSE, that flight support equipment, firmly in the grasp of Josh Cassada, who's riding on the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's got it by 2 scoops, essentially temporary handles that they installed onto the array They're also tethered to him, so he's got that in his grasp. Meanwhile, he's going to now get flown on top of the robotic arm from his current location out to the work site.
I understand. You take care of this video routing and step 8.
And he's getting the flight maneuver courtesy of Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata at the robotics workstation inside the station. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio is going to make his way by hand over to the same work site, at which point we're going to start moving into some of the installation procedures. First thing after we get it over there is to get IROSA initially onto its mounting bracket. Once we get some soft capture points in, we'll be able to unfold it. So you can see it kind of doubled up in its configuration right now. It's going to be unfolded. And so it's just one continuous array long ways. After that, they can get the final attachment points in place, get all of the hard capture bolts engaged, then start to do the cable routing. So again, at the very beginning of this spacewalk, Frank Rubio's first task was to go over and start routing and tying down a couple of cables. Those are power connections. That's going to integrate this new array in with the legacy one to the 4A power channel to let them all get engaged.
Good socket swap and good pull test.
Affirmative.
Now that cable routing activity is one that has some special considerations with it. We have to be in eclipse for those power connections to be made. That's just the primary way we can make sure that no electrical energy is being generated by those solar rays. So they will wait until we're on the dark side of planet Earth before they do that cable connection.
If you can pull a body down a little bit, it'll get fully in the heck of you, and we should be able to see inside. That was a good view. Go ahead and, Frank, you can go ahead and start trying to pack it all up, and then we'll do the video review on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Josh and Frank, we're ready for the outboard JOCAS. This is a 3-minute maneuver, and we'll move Josh body left 8 meters and the body out about 3 meters. And Josh, IROSA and FRGS power clearance will be 73 centimeters. So please keep keep the clearance from the tower. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
I think we're already clear of the tower. I don't have view of it. Understand going body left and towards my back as well. I am ready for the maneuver. Yep, and I have a good visual on the tower, and you are clear.
Okay, copy that. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
Good motion.
All right, so the relocation of IROSA now in work. We can see the FSE pallet in the bottom right where Frank Rubio is doing some final bag inventory. He had to swap out the socket on his pistol grip tool one final time, as that's going to get used to drive a number of bolts on IROSA itself to secure it. But in the meantime, the robotic arm is in motion. Josh Cassada at the very top with IROSA in his grip on his way out to the work site.
Frank Houston concurs.
Thank you.
And Frank, your next task is to retrieve Josh's red safety tether from the Nader CETA rail location.
Thank you. I thank the owner. Going, Josh? Great. So you remember when we did that water in the helmet check? Yeah. That's when I raised my visor. Oh, no. Sorry. Yep.
Just ramping out now.
Copy. Okay, hold on. That was pretty abrupt. Okay, we got it.
Okay, Josh, in position hold, we're going to set up the next choke gas for IROSA pitch joint.
Okay, copy that. Just a heads up, Richie, that one stopped a little quickly on me. If you see it ramping out on the next one, if you could give me a heads up, that'd be awesome.
Okay, we'll do.
So just about 5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark of today's spacewalk and plan to last about 7. Everything moves smoothly so far, still a couple of minutes ahead of the timeline. The pair worked together to prepare the work site by routing cables. Frank Rubio knocking that out on his first task out of the gate, while Josh Cassada worked to get IROSA ready to get detached from its temporary stowage point and get into the robotic arm where he is currently standing with IROSA in his grip. You heard him asking for a heads up as we were going to slow down some of the motion. Again, these IROSAs weigh right around 750 pounds. And while they are in microgravity, it's not too hard for them to start moving those. But something with that much mass can be hard to stop moving. So definitely something for the crew to keep in mind as they're doing these very slow and deliberate movements. This a view, though, from Frank Rubio's helmet cam as he's making his way out to the work site.
We are ready for the IROSA pitch showcast, and this will give you move heads up around IROSA for 90 degrees pitch down. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
Understand we're pitching down 90 degrees, and I'm going to be ready for your countdown. Sounds great.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
See good motion? There's that planet.
And Frank, I see you picked up the red hook there. You'll want to check your gauntlets are in place.
They are, both left and right.
Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Copy.
And so, Frank, the handrail you're looking for is 5124.
On the opposite side, correct?
That's affirm.
Okay, Josh, arm is in position hold, and we're going to set up for IEA lineup. Yes.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for your help on that one.
So that's up.
And Frank, if you can put a fair lead in Josh's safety tether at 5114 there at the corner.
Well, thanks.
And just crossed that 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk. So right now we're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio, EV1, our lead spacewalker for today. He's making his way over to the P4 work site. He was there already once as he laid down some of the cables that are going to be used to integrate the new solar array into the power channel along with the legacy array. So he's making his way by hand. In the meantime, Josh Cassada still in the foot restraint on top of the robotic arm. He's got iROSA in his grip. There's a look through his helmet cam. He is a little bit of a ways away from station structure, so the video can kind of come in and out as he's getting flown over. But he's got iROSA in his hands.
Which will place you under the IEA, and this is a 2-minute JOCAS, and we'll move you body out about 5.5 meters and body left about 1 meter. And again, this is a translational JOCAS, so the motion will be faster than the pitch motion. Ready for the motion?
Okay, copy. Towards my back, about a little over 5, and towards my left, 1.5 meters. I do not have the IEA in sight. I am ready for the maneuver.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, starting the motion. Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Okay. Thanks. Hey, Josh. Hi, Frank.
And Frank, I see you in a good position in the left side.
And I can verify all face-off captures are still in a good position.
Okay, Josh, arms in position hold. We're going to set up for manual for iROSA install.
Copy.
And Frank, the same cautions and warnings apply that I've previously read, plus a couple here. So the warning is don't put finger in the iROSA pin slots on the inside and outside of the root beam. And then when on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and trunnions.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
Yep, and then you've got the cautions about mod kit. Don't simultaneously impart loads, translate slow, and a max load of 30 pounds.
Copy.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready for the manual maneuver to the IROSA install position. This is per your GCA, Frank, to the published position, which is body left 2.2 meters. Are you ready?
Okay, I am ready. And you have it, just to verify, this is a GCA that published, correct?
You published, which is body left 2.2 meters for Josh.
Okay. You have a go?
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
Good motion, good motion.
Okay, good motion. Another 1.5 meters to go.
Still clear, continue. Copy.
And with Josh and IROSA arriving out at the worksite, we're maneuvering it into the install position. So there's going to be two soft capture.
1 meter to go.
Copy, still clear, continue.
Two soft capture devices that are going to lock in on this first part of IROSA. And after those are engaged, we'll be able to get Josh Cassada out of the robotic arm to move around to begin getting ready for the unfolding of the array, after which they'll engage the third and final soft capture.
Fifty centimeters to go.
Copy, continue.
Continue. Twenty centimeters to go.
Okay. Expect to ramp out in about 10.
Copy.
Okay, ramp out in. Continue.
Continue.
3, 2, 1. About?
Okay, ramp out. So this is close to the published position.
Yep, and this is a great location here.
10 seconds to hand over.
In closer. Can you get your hand on it? I have my hand on it. Oh.
And should just be a quick video handover. We'll get that back quick. We're approaching the install point. Once they get there, Cassada is going to continue to just maintain control, his grip on IROSA. And
So the edge of protective cover is about 3 centimeters away from the bracket. Right. I think from a clearance perspective, it might be a good place to stop. Okay. Now we could translate you towards me, body forward. I'll leave that to you. I don't know that that's necessary. But for me, see, it looks like my arm is. Yeah, I'm good. I think we're in the same position we were last time. Yep. All right, Koichi, then GCA complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete. Brakes on. You have a go for IROSA install.
Copy, go. Just watch your your right arm.
And Frank, Josh, I want to let you know we're back with you.
I've got my hand on the rail here. Awesome.
And I just have one caution to confirm that there's no BGA motion.
Now that we're in business.
Sorry, I'm stepping on you, Josh. Just one caution to make sure that we don't have BGA motion before installing, but you are go for the install.
Okay, and we need to remove this left tube. Anything else before we get started?
Just that one scoop, yes.
Okay. Frank, you got it with your right hand? Give me 1 second. I do. Okay. I'm going to keep, if we can keep from moving it towards the planet. Let's see, I'm going to take my hand off. All right.
So our spacewalker is working in tandem again. Right now, Josh Cassada working to remove that scoop. That was just that temporary handling aid that he had on iRosa.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm just going to wait a little here. Go here. Okay. Okay, let's translate it towards me when you're ready. I'm ready. You just guide. I think you need to pull it towards the feet. Not that way. I think it's not parallel with the mod kit right now. No, it's not yet. Well, let's translate it towards me first, and then we'll another 10 centimeters. You mean to the left side of the mod kit, not into the mod kit yet? Correct. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. And it's at a pretty good angle right now. So you're going to pull your hand to you. There you go. Okay. All right, so now we're going to roll my end towards the IEA, about 10 degrees. Okay, you're going to have to pull a little bit towards you. Okay. Or pull towards the IEA. Are you able to push your end towards your feet? It's, hold on for 1 second. Okay. For some reason, your end is not going. Okay. Let's just get going towards the mod kit, and then we'll adjust it once we're in clear. Just a couple more degrees. Sundays will slide a little bit towards the left side of the mod kit. It looks like to line up on that airflow move. Okay. Yeah, that's too far, maybe. What do you think? Looks about right from my end. Perfect. Okay. Okay. And now we can just go towards the tabs. It's pitched down. It's trying to pitch up a little bit. Oh, watch the roll. Watch the roll. Yeah. Hold on. Give me a second. There you go. Hold there. Stabilize it. Okay. I'm going to start bringing this. Yeah, slide under real quick. I think I'm going to be able to control it a lot better. Hold on. Okay, I got it. That's good. You can let go there. Okay. Good, let go. Okay. Do you mind if I slide under? It'll really help you a lot more. Nope, that's okay. Just watch your helmet on the... Yep. Thank you. Okay, ready? Through the soft. Now, there you go. Perfect.
Nice and slow on any rotations here.
The top left, you can see some of the bolts sticking out. Those are going to be the hard capture. Those two handles you see are going to be our soft capture mechanism. So crew just working on aligning iROSA, getting it in place.
Watch your helmet. There you go. That one went down.
Yeah.
It looks like those go down pretty easily. Is that right? At least that one did.
Yeah.
Okay. Your helmet is pushing on the iROSA, just so you know.
Okay. Copy. It looks like we're lined up here.
Laterally.
Yep.
Okay. If you're ready to go back towards PGA, a minute.
Okay, let's do that. Ready? 3.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oops. I think that's too far.
Yeah.
Right. Are you able to visually see the tabs going into the plot?
Not from here, but I can reposition to do that.
I think, yeah, watch your head. There you go. Nice save.
Let's see if we can get the tabs. Are you able to take your, the far side away from the IA so we can pitch it down?
You want to pitch like this?
Yep.
Yeah, pitch nose down towards the runway. I got it.
Yep. Push towards me.
You mean laterally?
Laterally up towards the PGA.
Okay, so down the runway. Here it comes.
There we go.
Oh, not this one. Yep, got this one.
Okay, hold.
We got one in, and yours closest to you.
I'm going to try to hold it without moving it 1 inch.
Watch your helmet again, sorry. So, why don't we pull that one all the way full out and let it recapture? What do you think?
Yep.
One's good.
Yeah. I understand. This looks aligned. It looks
Can watch your helmet.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It's in.
Is it in?
Yep.
Well, Nick, I think we got 2.
We were all watching.
Can you verify that it
Nice
looks
work.
good from all angles there? Really nicely done, Frank.
That was mostly just forcing the thing. But it got in. Yeah, Nick, I'm not really sure what the issue was on that one, to be honest. We were lined up. It looked parallel. Yeah, but it just felt like it wasn't able to release in a full engaged position, and then it just clicked. So, I don't know for you there.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the words, Frank, and we've got the background copying it all down. You are good to release or attach the long duration tie down to the scoop, and then you'll release that scoop from the root beam.
I thought I was just releasing the ret for the next maneuver, leaving the scoop and long duration tie down tether down there.
And Josh, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay, better to me. It's be able to release grip on that bed floor.
I understand.
I've stowed the left scoop on my mini workstation, and read my ret from the right. That leaves the right scoop and the long duration tie down tether.
Salve galera, muito boa tarde, Fabiano Fetter por aqui, passando aí só para dar um alô, comentando aí que estamos acompanhando ao vivo aí essa caminhada espacial dos astronautas que estão aí, o Josh Cassada e o Frank Rubio estão conduzindo aí essa caminhada, né, para instalar aí novos painéis solares e atualizar o sistema de abastecimento de energia elétrica, né, da Estação Internacional Espacial. Eles já estão aí mais de 3 horas aí, é uma previsão aí de que dure em torno aí de até 8 horas, podendo se estender 9 horas de missão, porque é um trabalho bastante complexo. Ontem a caminhada era para ter corrido ontem, né, mas havia aí um dejeto, né, um lixo espacial que estava aí na área de manobras, aí na área de passagem próximo à Estação Internacional Espacial, a ISS, e aí houve o cancelamento, né, porque havia esse risco aí, né, de a Estação Internacional Espacial ter que fazer uma manobra ali, ativar seus motores, né, e fazer uma manobra para desviar desse fragmento aí num detrito de um foguete russo, um Fregat-SB. Boa tarde, Flora, muito importante, galera, deixa o like, quem está inscrito aí, quem não está já se inscreve. Estamos com transmissão ao vivo aqui no Fabiano Fetter também, lá no Pedrônico também, Pedalando com a Ciência. Então, como eu havia comentando, eles adiaram para hoje aí, mas em nenhum momento aí foi declarado algum perigo, né, para toda a tripulação a bordo da ISS na data de ontem. Agora deve ter perdido o sinal. A ISS dá uma volta na Terra a cada 90 minutos. E como estamos acompanhando aí agora, estamos aí no comando da missão. Então há algumas zonas de sombra de vídeo, né? Telemetria não, mas de vídeo se perde o vídeo. E aí normalmente eles comutam a imagem aí para o controle da missão aí, né? A gente vai seguir aqui, galera. Vamos ficar acompanhando com vocês aqui. Estamos aí no chat, o Pedro também está por aí. E de vez em quando eu entro comentar alguma coisa aí com vocês aí pra gente acompanhar aí. As imagens são bem legais. Agora, por exemplo, eles estão na fase diurna, mas vocês vão observar aí que em determinados momentos, olha, já estão estendendo ali um dos painéis ali que estão sendo instalados. Eles estão instalando novos painéis solares, né? E a gente consegue observar agora que eles estão ali iluminados, né? A região está toda iluminada. Então eles estão na fase diurna da Terra, tá? Eles ficam em torno de 45 minutos em cada região aí, né? E quando eles vão para a fase noturna, vocês vão observar que dá para ver nessa imagem ali que até parece estar escurecendo, né? Então significa que está entrando na fase noturna. E aí somente a iluminação tem nos capacetes ali, que é a iluminação que eles... Olha quanto tempo... 13, eu falei 3 horas antes, né? Então um pouquinho mais ali. 13h23, já estão a 13h23 minutos aí de missão, tá? deve se estender por mais umas 5 horas e a gente vai manter a live aberta aí para acompanhar até o final aí, né? Quando são os astronautas americanos, né, normalmente eles também mostram quando eles retornam lá para ser bem legal, né? E quando é os russos, normalmente eles não mostram, né? Mas a gente vai ver se continua deixar a live rodando aqui para que vocês acompanhem com a gente aí até o final aí desta caminhada aí. Vamos torcer que dê tudo certo com essa instalação de novos painéis solares aí, né? A estação internacional espacial aí que se mantém aí, né? Se mantém firme aí dentro da manutenção prevista aí. A previsão que vai ser estendida por muitos anos ainda, né? A China já tem a estação dela, né? Já montou a estação dela. A Rússia tem aí previsão né? Desse acordo aí internacional e ter a sua própria estação. É uma tendência futura, né? Nós termos aí mais estações, vamos dizer assim, de cada país, né? Mas no momento é o que é o maior laboratório extraterrestre, tá? É o maior laboratório extraterrestre, onde várias pesquisas científicas são diariamente, né, elaboradas lá na Estação Internacional Espacial. Muitos benefícios têm sido aí trazidos, muitos experimentos, principalmente na área da medicina, né, desenvolvimento de novas tecnologias, inclusive cirúrgicas, né, para essa que são realizados a bordo da ISS. Boa tarde, Tarcio Bruno, seja bem-vindo, deixa o like. Tá, galera, então vamos continuar acompanhando aí a instalação agora. Já estão ali, como a gente observa, né, a iluminação que está nos capacetes. Eles estão na fase noturna, tá? Eles estão na fase noturna. Então deve durar aí por mais uns 40 minutos até que começa a iluminar ali, uns 35. Começa a pegar o sol ali agora. E como o nosso amigo ali, Vanderlei, falou antes ali, né? É bom não deixar nenhum parafuso cair aí, né? Porque não vai achar. Aí complica, galera. Complica mesmo. Importante, estamos com transmissão simultânea aí nos canais Fabiano Fetter, passe lá do Fabiano Fetter. E também no canal Pederônico. Passem lá no canal Pederônico. E se inscrevam nos nossos canais particulares aí. A transmissão segue aqui. Lembrando aí nosso apoiador Hangar 219, tá tudo no rodapé aqui, né? Indicação para telescópios também aí, cupons de desconto lá no AliExpress, nosso parceiro do canal. Vocês comprando lá, a gente sempre tem algum benefício aí em produtos que eles acabam enviando aqui, como já enviaram aqui uma câmera, né? Então aí nosso Linktree, pedalando com a ciência, vocês encontram sempre cupons de desconto. Quem quiser apoiar o Pix, pelo Pix aí, pedalando com a ciência@gmail.com, ou no próprio aqui YouTube, a nossa porta aqui com super chat. Agora as ferramentas que a gente consegue ver aqui, as ferramentas são todas exclusivas, né, galera? Exclusivas para funcionamento aí extraveicular aí na estação ISS aí. Certo, galera? Vou voltar com o áudio aqui para a gente acompanhar. O áudio direto aí da Esta.
Okay.
So big picture, you're going to daisy chain the scoop that's on you and the scoop that's got the long duration in front of you that's still attached to IROSA. And when those are daisy chained together on that long duration, you're going to hand that to Frank so he can send it over to crew log back in.
Please stand by.
So Josh Cassada is still on the end of the robotic arm, now in place. Before he can remove this final hinge, he's going to remove the scoop. It's on the left side of your screen. That's the temporary handle that was put on iROSA to assist with him holding onto it as they flew over to this work site.
End of the long duration, not the end that is attached to the scoop.
You'll see him swing the small lever that's just below the circular part over to the right. That puts it in its release position. He'll be able to pop that off. He's then going to hand it over to Frank Rubio to go temporarily stow it on the exterior of a crew lock bag.
Now the scoop that's on the mini workstation is ready to me, so I'm going to take this here.
Can I give you this right to put on the long duration there?
On the long duration, yes, I can try. See. Alright, it is on. It locked out.
Yeah.
I'll wait to release my rep then. Okay, so you're ready to the long duration. Long duration goes to one scoop. The other long duration goes to this scoop, so I'm going to release my ret.
Go for it.
Okay, here's one scoop for you. And then I will release the scoop that is attached to iROSA.
Okay. Here we go.
You see scoop in the release position.
You have the scoops and the long duration.
And now both of those scoops that were used to give a handle essentially for Josh Cassada now transferred over to Frank Rubio. He's going to get those.
Scoops back down to crew lock bag M. Between the two of you, we'll want to put eyes on the soft capture feature just to make sure it's in a good position. And then Josh will wait for Frank to get into a position to hold iROSA, because when we release that bolt, it'll unfold.
Understood. I can see out the side that the other soft capture is not deployed yet. It's sticking up. If you want Frank to see the other side of it, you can just wait.
That's a good config. Thanks for the check.
Well,
Okay. I am in position.
Okay, so we'll just confirm those settings. It's been a bit. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, and it's going to be 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when it's fully released.
okay, I've got Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, understand 18 to 20 turns.
Good readback.
And we're on R6. All right. Certain turns.
So Josh Cassada right now releasing the final hinge restraint. Once this is released, we'll be able to start unfolding the iROSA array. So before that happens, PT, and then he's going to back off away from iROSA on the robotic arm. He's going to get out of that foot restraint and start making his way back over. And then once he gets into position, over on the other side of the mounting bracket, Frank Rubio is going to slowly start to pivot, and that's going to allow iROSA to start to unfold.
I see the wave behind you.
Copy, good release. So Josh, while Frank holds that in position, you're good to work with Koichi for the arm maneuvers.
See that? Okay, M2 EV2 is ready for the R6 back-off maneuver.
Okay, copy that, Josh. This is a body out for about 90 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. You're ramping out.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We will set up for the APFR egress JOCAS.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for APFR egress setup JOCAS, which is a 3-minute JOCAS, and we will move yaw you to the right about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
Ready for the JOCAS. Thank you.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. Josh, the arm is ramping out.
Copy.
Yeah. Arm is in a position hold, and we will set up for manual to APFR egress position.
Okay, and understand that is a GCA to publish?
Affirmative.
And Koichi, when you're set up, I'm ready for the GCA to publish to the APFR egress.
Okay, Josh, this is a body left 70 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. Centimeters to go.
Continue.
Centimeters to go.
Okay, continue.
So at this moment, Nicole Man, Koichi Wakata.
Continue. GCA another 20 centimeters.
See another 20 centimeters.
In 3, 2, 1. Stop motion.
Okay, stop in the motion. Position hold.
GCA is complete for me.
Yeah. Okay, Josh, your brakes on. You have a go for APFR egress.
Copy that. I understand egress just with the ingress aid?
That's affirmative.
All right, so again, the robotic arm with Josh Cassada at the end backed away from the iROSA and moved over to the station structure itself, and now he'll be able to egress or get out of that foot restraint.
Yes, we do. I'd like you to get it stowed in low profile.
And once Cassada is able to get out of this foot restraint, he's going to move back over into position to help Frank Rubio start to unfold iROSA. They're going to work together to slowly unfold it. Cassada will be ready to engage the final alignment and the final soft capture handle. We saw the first two get into place when they brought iROSA over to the mounting bracket. So we'll have one more to go. After it's unfolded, there's two hinge bolts, and those are going to get driven into place using a combination of the PGT, our drill, and also a special tool called the AMS knob. It's essentially a screwdriver that you can operate by holding it in the palm of your hand. And this way we're going to make sure we're not imparting too much torque on the final install of these bolts. And these hinge bolts are what's going to securely hold the array when folded.
Copy that, Josh. And so you're going to move over to the mod kit, and when you're in a good position, you'll give Koichi the go to reposition the arm.
Okay.
And Josh, big picture, as the arm stretches away, you'll keep an eye on your safety tether and eventually put a fair lead on the right lower strut handrail.
Okay. I go there now, if that's okay, and then we'll work on the arm ops. Looks like I got the seed. There it is. Okay. 55 foot I'm not sure if the fair lead's going to stay.
Hey, Josh.
We are fair led on the lower. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh, just wanted to, I was probably unclear in order of ops. We'll put the fair lead in afterwards just to make sure we clear when we unfold the IROSA. Big picture is leave the fair lead out, let the arm stretch away so that we don't restrict the pull out of the cable.
Okay, so undo the fair lead I just did. It shouldn't make much of a difference, right?
Nope, you're just going to need to put eyes on it.
Okay. I've got eyes on it. M2 EV2, you are a go to maneuver the arm away from the mod kit.
And Josh, we'd like that fair lead out.
Okay, no fair lead.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back up to the mod kit then. Yeah, no problem. M2 EV2, did you copy?
Go ahead, Josh.
You are go to maneuver the SSRMS away from the mod kit.
Okay, we're going to move to the tether swap position, and because of the night lighting, we do not have the clearance view, and tether is clear, right?
The tether is clear, but I also don't have a good view of the arm itself.
Okay, stand by, we're going to check.
All right, and while you guys do that, I'm going to get myself in position for the unfold here. Do you have a good view of each other here?
Yep. And clear there. You might want to sweep it down to your left side of your body. It'll go across your body, but it'll go under your there you go, under your armpit there. There you go. Now it's perfectly clear.
Awesome. Okay. Rick, I think we're in a good spot to unfold if you agree.
And Josh, just want to make sure that the arm is in a good position.
Back over my left, it is not clear yet.
Yep, copy, Josh. We'll wait for Duke and Koichi to get the arm where it needs to be. Then we'll confirm that the safety tether is going to be out of the plane of the unfold, and then we'll get happy and everybody give you a go.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready to maneuver to the tether swap position. First, we will move to the station starboard 3 meters, and then after that, we need to move zenith 2 meters, but we need to have a better lighting for the clearance monitoring for the zenith motion. But we will start with station starboard 3 meter motion at this time.
You are a go.
Copy, coverage.
We are still setting up the manual mode.
And our astronauts inside the station, Nicole Man, Koichi Wakata, we're working now to move the robotic arm a little bit out of the way, and then we're going to be able to continue on with the folding.
3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
In motion.
Together looks good to me.
Okay. Another 1.5 meters to station starboard.
Copy. You've got eyes on my safety tether?
Yeah.
So if they can't go station zenith, it actually is going to be in the way of the unfold.
Yeah, it'd be close.
Yep.
Meters to go.
Copy.
A long night pass for being near high beta angle.
37 meters to go.
Copy.
Okay, starboard maneuver is complete, and we will need to move to zenith for 2 meters. At this time, we don't have good clearance view.
Okay. Are you able to move at all zenith without more light?
Yeah, we can move about 1 meter, but we need to move at 2 meters total.
What do you think, Frank? With that?
Yeah, and I can, Koichi, I can clear the lead all the way down, all the way zenith. I just can't clear the rest of the arm, but I have a really good view of the lead in the APFR.
Yeah, all we need the clearance is the APFR clearance, so if you could monitor that, I would appreciate it.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, here comes the motion in station zenith. 3, 2, 1, starting the motion.
Good motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion.
So we had peeked inside for just a moment, saw Koichi and Nicole Mann.
Copy that.
They're working inside the Destiny laboratory at the robotics workstation. You can see them right here. Nicole Mann's our M1, our robotics lead. She's been the one controlling the arm so far today, while Koichi takes the comm duties, speaking directly to Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio outside. Meanwhile, they're still perched right at the IROSA's install point. We're waiting for the arm to get out of the way, essentially, before they can start to unfold IROSA.
10 meters to go.
They're again going to be working in tandem to very slowly unfold IROSA, at which point Josh Cassada is going to be able to engage the third and final soft capture.
Hey, Frank, if you can put a hand on IROSA, it's starting to unfold.
Okay, position hold, and thanks for the clearance monitoring.
No problem. Sorry, I got to put my arm down to see the arm.
Yep, understood. We were watching it the whole time. And so, Josh, if the safety tether is clear, the original fair lead that I had you put in was intended to provide some additional clearance of your safety tether relative to the current arm position to make sure it stays out of the fold.
I see. Do we need it?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it.
I'm happy to put it in, but
yeah, it'll give a little extra safety margin. Only need to go like half the distance, but unfortunately I don't think there's anything there to...
No. That's okay. I'll go do it.
Sounds like a plan, guys. And just to let you know, we're still up on the timeline.
Okay, thanks, Nick.
And Josh, while you're working on that, and Frank's holding it closed, I've got a warning here to avoid the pinch point when you're unfolding and rotating IROSA.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay, that fair lead is in. Don't know how long it's going to stay, actually. Nope, it's not. This reel isn't pulling too hard, Nick, so the fair lead doesn't really want to stay in. And we just keep a good eye on it while we unfold it. Do you think, Frank, and just keep it clear?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be well clear. It's just those extra step, but I think we have plenty. We'll have at least a meter, if not more, clearance.
I think if you're okay with that plan, Frank, think we've got at least a meter.
Yep, and we're comfortable with that plan. Just keep eyes on it as it's unfolding.
Sounds good.
Just cheat towards the IEA with your body position.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay, 1 second. I'll get myself locked in right here. Okay. I can stay here, and we can do.
Salve galera, Fabiano Fetter por aqui novamente. Tássio, exatamente acontece isso, né? Até porque eles não ficam lá 2, 3 dias, né? Uma semana. Eles estão há meses lá, né? Estão ficando aí de 3 a 6 meses. Então, o que que acontece? Isso afeta diretamente, né? A falta de gravidade e o funcionamento do teu corpo, né? O corpo humano ele foi feito aí para trabalhar, funcionar com a nossa força gravitacional aí, né? E quando tu fica muito tempo lá mesmo, eles tendo todo um programa de exercer aí, né, exercícios físicos, né? Eles acabam sendo afetados. Isso ó, o painel ali que está sendo aberto, instalado, está se movimentando, né? Acho que está se movimentando. Então dá muitos problemas e é a questão da pressão, né? O pessoal normalmente volta com problema de visão. Quem não tem problema de visão, audição, por exemplo, lá o ministro ainda, né? O Marcos Pontes, né, que teve na Estação Espacial por alguns dias, ele teve, até hoje ele tem problema de audição, né, no caso dele. E várias outras questões, né, calcificação dos ossos, que precisa da gravidade, uma série de alterações que ocorrem no corpo humano, tá? E o amigo Ricardo, aí a recomendação é sempre estudar a partir de física, né? Nível médio ali, nível médio, né? O antigo segundo grau, depende da sua idade. Você estuda na parte de física, a parte da inércia ali, né? Sim, e aí, porque existe um outro fator, né, Tássio? Bem interessante, olha só. Nós usamos o labirinto do ouvido, né? Aqui na Terra, ele funciona como? Ele funciona com a gravidade. Então, quando eles estão lá, não existe em cima e embaixo, é microgravidade, né? Eles estão ali a cerca de 430 km de altitude, então é microgravidade. E aí o labirinto não funciona, né? E aí tu precisa, o teu cérebro não entende isso logo que tu chega lá. É incrível. O cérebro leva algum tempo, que pode chegar até 30 dias, né? Para se acostumar, para eles conseguirem se habituar lá a não usar mais o labirinto. Eles usam os outros sentidos, de visão basicamente, toque das mãos e tudo, né? E aí ele fica lá, imagina só, ele fica 3 meses lá, né? Quando ele volta, tá? Isso é outro fator, não só a perda de muscular, né? É, e uma série de outras coisas que envolvem, mas quando eles voltam, daí ele precisa, o cérebro dele reaprender a usar o labirinto, para entender que ele está de em pé, que existe em cima e embaixo, né? Então ele reeduca, e aí tem casos de astronautas que já levaram mais de 30 dias para se readequar, né, a essa situação totalmente fisiológica. O mais interessante é que tudo isso leva a diversos estudos, né, inclusive a questão de doenças, né, comportamento de doenças. Há vários estudos que eles realizam lá entre eles mesmos, né, dá essa parte médica, né. Às vezes tem missões aí que a gente acompanha lançamentos aí que levam carga, principalmente, que às vezes mais de 50% dos experimentos a bordo experimentos relacionados à área da medicina, né? Então, sem dúvida, é o maior laboratório que nós temos, e ele tem uma questão muito importante, né? Que ele tem um alto grau de higienização nesse aspecto, de contaminação externa, né? Porque daí tudo que tu levar para lá, tu vai, né, esterilizar, os astronautas estarão totalmente esterilizados também, passarão uma bateria de exames, fazem quarentena antes de ir. Então, são vários e vários fatores envolvidos aí. Voltar com o áudio aqui, galera. Áudio dos astronautas, e daqui a pouco a gente volta aí.
One turn.
Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2 for 1 turn. Both. Let me know if you need me to hold your feet. Wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I'm going to come horizontal here. That would be great. That's perfect. Thank you. Starting counterclockwise. 1.
Okay, copy, Josh. Good release on R7, R8. So once you stow the PGT, Frank's going to hand you that AMS knob.
Okay. Can we do the same thing, Frank? Yep. All right. I did. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's do the hard one first with R7.
Copy, Josh. And it's just hand tight, less than 30 inch-pounds. Should be less than a turn.
Copy.
And so again, Josh Cassada using that pistol grip tool to do the initial turning on these final two bolts to secure Rosa in the up position. He then backed them off one turn each, and now just using this to hand tighten, as we didn't want too much torque on these bolts. They were actually designed for a little bit less than the minimum torque possible using that pistol grip tool. So this hand tool, our workaround. We used the pistol grip tool at first because otherwise doing the full tightening with the hand tool would be pretty torturous on a crew member. So lesson learned from earlier spacewalks.
Copy. Good install on R7.
And looks like R7 complete. Next up is going to be R8. And then once this is done, Cassada is going to hand off the AMS knob over to Frank, who's going to stow them in that crew bag. And then they're going to move into securing IROSA to this mounting bracket with additional bolts. And so it'll be over to Frank Rubio and his PGT to get those installed.
Thank you.
Copy, Josh. Good. R8. And from a translation aid perspective, you can use the base of those bolts, the bolt cam, but try to not put load into the bolts themselves.
Okay. You talk about the M128 bolts?
Affirmative.
Okay. Well, they'll be gone soon enough because Frank's going to take care of them, I think. Are you ready for wrench hooks on the caps?
Affirmative.
Okay. All right, J4. Three. I can get 1 and 2 if you want. Sure. Want me to head over to my PG tether? Yeah, I can get it. Good with that plan, Rick? In fact, I'm going to cool down here a little bit first.
And so right now they're removing some of the caps from the connection points for these cables. Reminder that we won't be able to do the entire electrical mating until we're in an eclipse, as we're going to be plugging into the legacy array, which is obviously unfurled and generating electricity.
Copy, Josh. 5 on V, and so you're going to work with Koichi for the arm to get into the tether swap position.
Okay. I'm going to move over there, Frank. Thank you for bringing that over my way. Yeah, absolutely. And then can I get started on 31 through 88?
Affirmative. Just while you're under there, I've got a caution for you to avoid inadvertent contact with the cables and the NZGL connectors that are attached to the IROSA. But yeah, we're going to start with any order is good, so whatever's convenient. And when you're ready, I'll give you the PGT settings.
Okay. All right. I'll wait one real quick.
arm is in position, and we will take it.
Copy that. Thank you.
Nick, I'm ready for those settings.
Okay, Frank, the settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Bravo 5, clockwise 2. Copy.
Yep, that's a good read back, and you'll check that the black line is flush. You'll drive the torque.
So a little over 4 hours, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. Another quick momentary handover. We'll get that video back. So we're now stepping into some of the final bolt driving that we're going to need to do in order to secure iROSA to its mounting bracket over to get integrated into the 4A power channel. So there's going to be 8 bolts, and it's going to be over to Frank Rubio, who's going to be using that pistol grip tool again to secure those in place.
My red reel. It is locked. I'm going to go put it on my right steering cylinder.
Josh Cassada is doing a little bit of housekeeping right now with his various tethers. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio getting into position to use that pistol grip tool. He's going to be using a little bit more torque. We're going to be at Bravo 5, so again, 1 through 7. 5's your highest, or 7's your highest, so we're not quite at max torque on this, but we're getting pretty close. There's 4 bolts on the left, and then 4 meters.
Mike 31.
Copy, that's a good Mike 31. Hey, Frank, just want to confirm on M31 there was a black line flush.
Yeah, sorry about that, Nick. Black line was flush.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, close. Sorry, left, black on black. To my rep. And off. Did you copy?
Yep, copy, Josh. See you working to release the ret and unlock the reel.
Okay.
Nick, next bolt was 34, and I have 12 turns, green light, 22.1 on the torque, black line is flush.
Copy, good M34.
Nick, if you agree, I'm going to go up and get my 55-foot anchor off of the arm.
Affirmative, Josh. You got a good tether pack, so you're good to pull your anchor.
Back on Mike 32. Actually had 14 turns, green light, 22.1.
Copy, Frank.
Background flush.
And copy, Frank, and we can see it in your HACA as well.
Okay. Mike 33, 12 turns, green light, 22.5 on the torque, black line flush.
Copy, Frank. That's a good set of left side bolts. Position.
Okay, I've got my 55-foot back. Hey, Nick, I think we're in a good config to go ahead and maneuver the arm again, if you agree.
Concur, Josh.
Guichi, I'm just going to get out and go back to the mod kit, and then I'll give you a go.
Okay, just copy that. If the tether is removed, we can maneuver to the IEA backup position.
I'll stand by. I'll give you a go here in just a second.
Make Mike 35. I had 13 turns, green light, 21.9 torque, black line flush.
Copy. Good. 3-5.
M2 EV2, you are a go to maneuver the SSRMS.
Okay, copy that, Josh. We will maneuver to the IEA backup position.
All right, Frank, well, I'm starting to gather stuff on my main workstation again.
Nick, Mike 36, 12 turns, green light, 22.2 on the torque, and black line flush.
Copy. Good bolt.
Would you like me to stay down here at the IEA, or do you want me to help with 37 and 38?
I'm working 37 right now. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just knock it out real quick, 38.
Sure. I will stay out of your way.
That's my 37. I counted 11 turns, it might have been 12, so green lights, 21.9 on the torque, and black line is flush.
Copy. Good bolt.
you on my back, right?
Sorry if it is. Yeah, yep, I see you.
Get out of your way. And how long till that next eclipse?
Yeah, we got a little over 35 minutes, Josh.
Okay, so we're going to go to R9 and R10 next?
And Josh, I was waiting for this bolt stuff, and then I was picture.
Okay, sounds good, sorry.
Like 38 was 12 turns, green light, 22.1 on the torque. The black line is flashed if I look at it with the canister flat.
Yep, copy. That's a good bolt. And so, Frank, you can stow the PGT. Big picture, we're a little over 35 minutes before the start of the working eclipse. Our next activity gets us into the cable mate, so we're able to start a few of those steps and work on the IROSA mating. And then we're going to break out of that and try to do some of our cleanup, all with the objective of getting back into position for the finish of the cable mate before we start the eclipse.
Okay, copy that. 3-1.
So with that, Josh, you're going to move into position on the right side. Frank, you're going to move into position on the left side. You can work in the middle. I guess they're all located right there. And we're going to work P3, J3, P1, J1 on our road.
Okay, Josh, I am clear.
Sounds good, thanks.
Can I get started on P1, J1?
Affirmative. You're going to make P1 to IROSA J1, looking for good checks and over center.
Copy that.
A heads up, Frank, that orientation brought my safety tether behind me. So I'm hopefully didn't create a problem, but just the way I came up.
Okay.
Just off my right side.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm in your way here.
I think we're both going to be each other's way. All right. For J3, no FOD, no bent pins, iridium I-band, or full aft over center, and go on the mate. So
Copy, good check.
need a little bit more slack.
Like I have the same for P1 to J1. Good pins, good EMI band, no FOD, and it is mated and over center.
Copy, good mate on P1, J1.
Here, Frank.
So Frank, you go for P2 to J2.
The black line was by the.
Oh, I see. It's up there.
Yeah. It should be by the wire side.
It should be down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be able to just pull because the other side's just on the wire side.
It doesn't want to come. Not sure why. Tell you what, can I head over there? I'm going to try to fight it through if you could pull a little bit more slack my way.
And Nick, P2 is made it to J2. Good pin, good EMI band, no fog, and it is now over center.
Copy, good P2, J2 mate.
Hey, Frank? Yep, it's just catching on these knots that are tied. Keep them together. Can you vet to it, make sure it's secure? I'm going to undo this one. Okay. That's just, it's too good of a job. It's too tight. And then I'll move it. Is there an indicator where this one's supposed to be?
No, that one's got plenty of room, so that one's not a big deal.
Okay. It's to go past the Y or not. But,
okay, I'm ready to this side.
You're ready. Okay, here it comes. Okay, can you pull your direction? Whoops.
Is that the black line? Is that the Y kind of?
That's awesome. Let me get there. Okay. And in fact, do you want to just make that one?
I got this end.
All right, you got 3 twists here. Good config.
And like P4 to J4 and P3 to J3, correct?
That's affirmative.
All right. P4 is made it to J4. I had good pins, good EMI band, no fog, and it is over center.
Okay.
Copy, good P4, J4 mate.
And P3 is made it to J3, good EMI band, no fog, and we are over center.
Copy, good P3, J3 mate. So that's the end of the cable mating that we do before we clip. So Frank, we're going to have you head over to the crew lock bag M, and we're going to spend a little time cleaning that up.
Copy that.
And so a quick check-in, 4 hours, 27 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Break goalie if you want.
Seriously.
Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada just completed some pretty important tasks to secure the IROSA solar array.
Not open the contingency side yet. Can I just leave it closed, or do you guys need a view of that?
Frank, let me interrupt. Can I give you your rep back from the...
Yes, please.
Hey Frank, hold on opening that side. Leave that closed.
Okay. Okay. Copy that. And let me know the other side.
And Frank, yeah, what we want you to do is work on trying to stow everything in the other half of crew lock bag M. And then we're going to move that over to the cable bag and put it inside, realizing that we still have to retrieve a scoop off the bottom of the mod kit, but we'll take care of that later. Josh has a lot of extra rets this.
Okay. Do you guys have what you need on Hecka? Can I put stuff away?
And Frank, I can confirm we've got a good inventory of the bag via Hecka.
Marcelo, o Marcelo Alves, cara, o James Webb, ele tem uma capacidade que até então nenhum outro instrumento teve. Tem, né? Então, cara, para onde tu apontar, tu vai ter algo surpreendente para registrar. Pode ter certeza. Só que tu tem que entender assim, ó, se a gente pegar só a esfera celeste aqui, né? Tu pegar ali 1 grau, tu tem milhares de galáxias em 1 grau, entendeu? Então, assim, na cabeça de um alfinete, como o próprio diretor lá mostrou aquele dia, né? Estica o braço, a cabeça de um alfinete é aquele registro do James Webb lá, aquele primeiro lá com as milhares de galáxias, né? Então, cara, tem muita coisa. Pra onde tu apontar vai ter algo que nunca foi visualizado. Esse é o ponto. Então depende da investigação. Então dá pra fazer muita coisa aí pra frente. Boa tarde, Will. Boa tarde a todos que chegaram por aí. Muito importante deixar o like, galera. Ele tem limitação, né, Armac? Óbvio que ele tem limitação como qualquer instrumento, né? Como uma câmera fotográfica e tal. Sempre vai ter um limite, né? Mas a questão é que essa capacidade que ele tem de enxergar no infravermelho médio, né? Até então nenhum outro instrumento tinha com o tamanho daquele espelho, então a capacidade aumenta muito, né? Então a gente está muito acima de qualquer outro instrumento que a gente teve. Por exemplo, o Spitzler, que era pequeno, que tinha 80 centímetros, e a parte do Hubble, né? Então a gente está assim a gente tem um equipamento que é capaz de ver o que até hoje nenhum outro viu pela faixa de frequência e pelo tamanho do espelho. Capacidade, né, 13, chegar a 3.3, 3.2 bilhões de anos ali, até 3.5 na verdade eles falam, né, podendo chegar a isso, né. Além disso, daí evidentemente não vai chegar anos-luz, né, 3.5 bilhões de anos-luz. Essa é a capacidade teórica, né, teórica, sempre trabalho no teórico, que na prática pode ter variáveis que não foram mapeadas, né. Mas, por exemplo, lá ele usou lá as lentes gravitacionais, então isso aí ele vai continuar utilizando naquela primeira imagem, né? E aí é trabalhar, né? É que tem tanta coisa que ele pode trabalhar em 50 anos e não vai ver nada de tão imenso que de fato é, né? Ah, mas aí esses grampinhos ali, ô Tarcísio, tu pode observar ali, observe que eles sempre tem dois presos, tá? E ele nunca fica com os dois soltos. Eu já olhei várias caminhadas e eu sempre observo isso. Também dá um chilique ali, né? Porque se o cara se soltar já era, né, cara? Já era. E no espaço qualquer assoprão é que nem tu dentro da água. Já vem boiando história dentro da água lá. Assim, numa piscina. Qualquer encostãozinho tu vai. Não adianta tu. E o espaço é a mesma coisa, cara. Então é muito difícil. Muito difícil mesmo. Então pode observar, eles nunca soltam os dois ao mesmo tempo, sempre tem um peso. E aí ele vai se movimentando. Bah, Will, tu fazia esse trabalho aí, cara, em torre de celular, em torre de transmissão de celular? Ô, louco, cara, eu já sou meio. Eu não curto essa parte aí. Trabalhei em telecomunicações aí mais de 20 anos. Essa parte de subir em torre aí, não, tô fora. Talabartes, pá. Isso aí, Talabarte. Popular Talabarte. Olha ali, ó, exatamente o ganchinho, né, Will? segurança é tudo, gurizada. Principalmente isso que o Will tá comentando aí, ó, essa galera que trabalha em altura aí, né? Essa galera que trabalha em altura aí, eletricidade, telecomunicações. Eu trabalhei aí na Brasil Telecom, trabalhei na NET, na Oi também. Agora a Oi tá virando só uma empresa vai virar. A Oi agora celular em alguns locais aqui foi para TIM, alguns locais foi para Claro, depende do estado aí, né? Então vai ficar só a parte de comunicações ali, a parte mais de gestão mesmo. Mas essa parte de trabalhar em altura é punk, eu nunca curti não. No início mesmo trabalhei, cheguei a subir em poste aí, alguma coisa, né? Mas depois disso a gente vai se qualificando pelas situações. Mas de fato tem que curtir muito. Esse trabalho, eu acho muito punk aquela galera que trabalha nas torres de transmissão, né? De energia, né? De super alta lá, né? Lá é punk, né? Porque eu trabalho em rede viva, né? E tem transmissão lá de 230, 500 mil volts, né, cara? E desce o carinha com o helicóptero lá, né? Já deve ter visto os vídeos aí, né? O cara lá faz a conexão com o helicóptero lá, depois desce o carinha lá. Pá, aquilo ali é punk. Eu já vi eles ao vivo, uma vez eu tava indo pra Curitiba ali. E eles estavam passando na 101 e tem pouco antes de chegar em São José dos Pinhais, tem uma transmissão ali, né? Os caras estavam pendurados bem em cima, cara. Estavam pendurados nos cabos ali. É, tu sabe dos riscos, né, Tarso? Sabe dos riscos e são riscos controlados, né? Tu tem que seguir os procedimentos de segurança ali para que saia tudo dentro do programado. Essa mochila dele ali, que é uma mochila, né? Parece uma mochila. Certo, galera? Vou abrir o áudio aqui, daqui a pouco eu volto. Vou abrir o áudio original da transmissão aí.
You close? Does that strap make it?
Yeah, can you hold it closed?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yes, I can. Yep, go for it.
That's on.
Okay.
I can hold it closed if you want to get the other one.
Well, let's see. The other one is used as an anchor right now, right?
Yeah. But I can release it real quick because we'll have another one.
How about this one? This one it comes from the corner, but it's not being used right now.
I can over.
Yeah, is there an anchor somewhere near? How about we go to the same one you just went to? Well, yeah, of course. I think it'll go across here. Remember, this is the one we learned about loosening. All right. I give you that one. You go, and I'll hold it closed. You go to the same spot you just went to. I'm not going to reach. Shoot.
Here, let me use got the lid.
You can, yeah.
So right now we are just shy of 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, which kicked off earlier this morning about 7:19 a.m. Central Time, when our two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, turned their suits over to battery power. Since then, they've been able to every single task laid out in front of them so far in order to get this new rollout solar array in place and over to its installation point on a support bracket that's going to have it perched essentially right over the existing array for the 4A power channel. They were able to work together to get it released from its temporary stowage point, and then ultimately moved over to where it nets, and able to successfully bolt it in.
There's a hook on the lid right there behind your right hand.
They were able to successfully bolt the array to the support bracket and started at least some of the cable routing, connecting the four connection points to the iROSA itself. At this point, we are just having them do a couple of cleanup tasks ahead of time while we wait for eclipse.
Unfortunately, I don't know that that's going to hold. It's kind of shooting out the side here. I was going great here. You just put the same anchor. Okay.
It's not tight enough. But what if we loosen it and go to that other hook? Just went to, and it'll kind of go across.
Okay. I was thinking this guy, the one we just did, right to that lid, unless you think that's also going to
Oh, okay.
do this.
Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, well.
Here we go.
Correct.
That's as loose as it gets. That's how our wives get back at us for not wrapping presents this year. Look at that, it's perfect. Just textbook.
Fully agree.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
It'll get in the airlock. All right.
That one doesn't want to stay.
There we go.
And we still have our net on the outside for the scoop.
Yep.
Looks good, gentlemen.
Everybody's over at our panels.
Yeah, everybody's happy. So if Josh, if you want to head over to the right side, and Frank, if you want to head over to the left side, I'll read out some warnings as you're translating over. So you must not demate the solar array wing connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes, and you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from demated SAW connectors starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation.
Copy.
So you're going to have some time on your hands. We've got a little over 10 minutes before we can get you to work. So get in position, get nice and stable, throw down a BRT, take some good photos. I'll give you a heads up as we get closer.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And as we approach the 4-hour, 45-minute mark, the crew, Josh Cassada, Frank Rubio, done with that short get-ahead task, wrangling some of the cables and connectors that they've been using so far. Right now, they're going to start making their way over to their next worksite position, where they're going to be connecting a series of cables. They already started this work, plugging in the sides of the cables into the connection points on the iROSA solar array, but then had to stop until we hit eclipse, as they're going to be essentially tying those cables in to some additional connection points on the solar array wing itself, the existing one, and then they're going to be plugging those in to integrate both the existing solar array and the new iROSA into the same tie-in to the same power channel. So until eclipse, to make sure that that array is not actively generating any electricity before they get that go.
Looks okay. All the way back,
just when I turn here, it almost seems like it's not coming through from my right side.
Yeah, all the way to your body, it's clear.
That's the footage that I'm looking at right now. Okay, it's all good. If it's up to me next time, I'm not going to go with 3 safety tethers.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Fortunately, I think that's Miranda's way of giving you a Christmas.
And in the meantime, we're about 5 minutes away from getting that video signal back with the space station. So in a bit of a hold point as they get to their position for the final cable mating steps, are integrating this iROSA into the whole electrical power system for the station itself. And these iROSAs, this is going to be the 6 planned. This will be the 4th one to get installed, and all of these designed to actually boost the overall output of the electrical system on board the station by about 30%, bringing it up to about 250 kilowatts of electricity available for payloads, scientific research, any of the hardware that we have on board to use on all segments of the station. So this is a multi-year process that's been underway. Each time requiring several spacewalks to install these. First to install a mod kit, a mounting bracket, essentially all the hardware you need to put the array in place, and then flying up the arrays 2 at a time in the trunk of a SpaceX Cargo Dragon. So this will be array number 4, and once we see it deployed, it's going to cover some of the existing array. With its increased efficiency, is going to be able to boost the otherwise lost power that you would have had from covering up those cells. After they're able to get the cables mated, the last major step is going to be unfurling or deploying the rollout solar array. And it's all in the name, so it's rolled up. There's essentially just 2 bolts that are holding it in that rolled up.
Everything's set up here ahead of time.
Yep. Right here.
But again, there's just about 2 bolts that are holding it in this rolled up configuration right now. And so after those are released, the array actually does all the work itself. It's got built-in tension that will cause it to slowly unfurl. You have the solar blanket with all of the cells in the center, and on either side of that you have booms, which are really providing a lot of the structural support. And as we see those start to unfurl, right now they're in a flat configuration. They're going to curl up, and a series of magnets are going to go into place to help hold them into that form. We talked about it a little bit earlier, so those booms, the best analogy we've gotten so far.
Frank, Josh, just for heads up, we're down Hecka right now. Just the KU outage should come back here shortly. Coming up on a short handover. We've got just under 8 minutes to go, so clock is ticking slowly.
No worries. Thanks. Copy. Thank you.
But again, as we see those,
Soak it up.
and our two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, getting a moment, catching their breath before we head into eclipse, and we can give them the green light to start finishing this cable routing. We'll head into the eclipse, then we'll wait about 2 minutes until we give them the go. Then the clock will be ticking. They'll have a little less than 30 minutes total to complete, as we need to essentially stop any work if we're not done before the eclipse is over and the sun starts coming up. But they already knocked out some of the initial cable routing. Going to be on their task. They made it all of the 4 connections to the IROSA panel itself. So they'll just have a handful, 4 different connections to make to the existing solar array panels, and then 2 final connections to integrate both the existing solar arrays and the newly installed IROSA, integrate them together into the 4A power channel. And so all that's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. We should get our KU, our high data rate signal, which allows us to get that live video in just a minute or so. And we'll get back over the shoulders of Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, 4 hours, 51 minutes, 28 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk.
We're back.
Corte na atualização, às vezes cai o sinal de transmissão de vídeo, né? Pois é, Will, é bem complexo, né, cara, essa questão aí. É RF pra tudo que é lado, né, cara? Imagino que tu deve, se tu teve muitos anos exposto, né? Tu deve sofrer aí, ter adquirido desenvolvido, né, alguma hipersensibilidade, é bem comum. É o que o Tarcísio falou aí, nunca ser é velho mesmo, cara. Acho que nunca é tarde, hein, pra começar a estudar um novo campo aí, Will. Né? Acho que nunca é tarde, cara. Começar a estudar aí alguma coisa e desenvolver. Dados, com certeza, tu tem muita coisa, né? E quem sabe, né? Pois é, eles têm as baterias, elas têm vida útil, né? Assim como nos satélites aí, né? Os satélites, inclusive, da grande maioria, principalmente os maiores aí, tem uma estimativa de 15 anos aí no máximo aí. Alguns passam um pouco, mas de 10 a 15 anos, principalmente por causa das baterias, né? A ISS periodicamente tem que fazer substituição, até os próprios painéis solares têm vida útil. Claro que lá ele tem um revestimento diferente, né? Por causa da radiação. Ali sobre os danos da Soyuz eu não acompanhei o que deu lá. O desenrolar, né? Se divulgaram também, né? Mas acho que como se trata da Estação Espacial eles vão divulgar tudo. Possivelmente vão divulgar tudo. Hello, José. Thank you. Salve, Manuel Machado. Buenas, tchê. Muito boa tarde. Lá de São Luís do Maranhão. Perto aí de Alcântara, né? Um pouquinho mais perto do que eu, né? O foguetinho coreano não subiu ainda, né? Mais problemas. Ó, lá no fundo é o sol, galera. Olha lá o sol batendo na câmera aí, ó. Nossa estrela maior. Comando da missão. Vou pegar um café ali, gurizada.
As we can see through the cameras, things starting to dim. So again, we're going to wait until we're at least about 2 minutes into the eclipse. The Spartan flight controller responsible for the electrical power systems on board the station. I'll do some safing commanding, and then the astronauts will get the go to start mating these different cables. So they've already connected the cables to the iROSA connections. Those were done ahead of time and didn't require that eclipse. So what will be coming up next is essentially installing jumper cables. They're going to be connecting to 2 different points on a panel for the solar array wing, and then having this jumper cable installed, and then those are all going to then get tied in to the iROSA cables, which then get tied into the ultimate power panel, which will then safely integrate both the existing arrays and this new solar and the new iROSA into the 4A power channel.
Okay, Josh, Frank, appreciate your patience. You are go to start working the cables. Frank, that's going to be a demate of P7 from panel P7. And Josh, you're working P9 from panel P9.
Copy P7 from channel P7, that is disconnected.
Copy, demate on P7 from panel P7.
P9 is demated, and P9 alpha is going to the panel.
Copy. P9, good demate from panel P9. You're working on P9 alpha going to panel P9.
P7 alpha going to Alpha 7.
Copy.
Hey, no fraud, no bent pin, and
Ô Manuel, pelo que eu vi, eles suspeitam que foi um micrometeorito lá, meteoroide, né? Que pegou, que acertou lá a Soyuz. que parece que aquele vazamento que estava lá nas imagens, né, que parecia ali uma neve e tal, é o sistema de refrigeração. Parece que ferrou o sistema de refrigeração da Soyuz, da MS-22, acho que era. E agora eles não tem como voltar com ela, hein? Ferrou ela. Parece que ela está inoperante, sem o sistema de refrigeração. E pode ter sido até da chuva Geminidas, aquela que a gente estava fazendo live aqui há 2 semanas, que a gente pegou, eu registrei, foi mais de 12 meteoros aqui em curto espaço de tempo ali na madrugada, com a minha câmera, né? Isso que eu não estava bem posicionado e tal. Que não é um lugar bom aqui para pegar Geminidas. Ah, sim, Will, essa história aí dos. Pois é, eu não trabalhei muito diretamente na parte. Eu acabei indo mais para a parte de gestão de operações, né? Fiquei muito tempo interno também. A parte de plataforma interna de. Tinha as plataformas IP, plataforma de configuração de RCD da Alcatel. Isso muito tempo atrás. Depois eu parti mais para a parte de operações aí. Focado em gestão mesmo. Então eu acabei não indo muito para a parte técnica e não tive muito exposto. E como eu já não gostava dessa parte aí de. Procurei já não ir mesmo por não gostar, essa questão de subir em torres, esse tipo de coisa aí eu não gosto. Mas é complicado, né, cara? Ó, como a gente pode observar, tem até um espelhinho ali, você deve estar se perguntando. O espelhinho, para que o espelhinho? Tem o espelhinho é fundamental ali, tem um espelhinho na luva ali, né? É para ele para se enxergar, para ele enxergar várias coisas que ele não consegue baixar ali, porque ele tem uma limitação com, muito grande em curvar ali o pescoço, né? Em movimentar o pescoço ali. Então o campo de visão dele é pequeno do astronauta, então ele precisa ter nas duas luvas tem um espelhinho ali que ele consegue fazer a sua visualização mais periférica ali, né? E a gente observa agora que ele só está na luz do capacete, né? Significa que eles estão na parte noturna da Terra aí.
Good mate on P9 Alpha to panel P9. So now you're working J9 Alpha to the saw cable P9.
Copy. Okay. Open pins, no FOD, and good EMI band on the saw cable.
Copy, your go to me, Josh.
And Papa 7 has made it to Juliet 7 Alpha.
Copy. Good mate on J7 Alpha to Papa 7.
Papa 7 to, yep, that was a good rotation all the way around. Had good pins, good EMI band, no FOD.
Okay, Frank, with that, your go to D-mate P21 from panel P21.
Copy. I have Papa 21 Alpha with good pins, good EMI, and no FOD going to Papa 21, panel 21.
Copy. You are go to mate.
So we're coming up on 5 hours, 5 minutes into today's spacewalk. The cable routing is still underway. Again, all of this being done to integrate both the new iROSA array and the existing solar array into essentially the same power connection to power on this 4A channel. There's 4 total connections that were made to the new array, and then after we were able to complete that prior to an eclipse, now that we're in eclipse, we're able to start making the connections to the existing arrays and then tying them together to the panels. So those first 4 were already knocked out.
I didn't get the hard connect there on P9 the first time, but I got it now.
Copy, Josh. Good mate on J9 Alpha to P9. So you are good to demate Papa 23 from panel 23.
Okay. Just looking at P24 here. Do you want that horizontal? Let's just talk about that one.
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, but we'd like you to focus on mating the cables clean afterwards.
Okay. All right, P23 Alpha, putting in my band. On the panel.
And handover.
No bent pins.
And then a short comm handover right now. Short comm handover, so we'll get that signal back. So they're continuing to step through this final cable mating, cable connections to integrate it. So essentially what we're doing is we have 4 connections that went into the iROSA, and then we have a series of jumper cables that are going in between the existing connections between the legacy array and the power panels. So they've made 4 connections to the new iROSA array, and then a total of 8 connections are going to jumper them in and continue to connect the legacy solar arrays. As there were 4 connection points on the legacy arrays, and then 4 connection points to the panels themselves. So to put a jumper between all of those, we're looking at 8. So all told, we're going to be making 12 connections today. 4 of those were knocked out before eclipse. The next 8 underway right now.
Okay, Papa 21. I made it to Papa 21 Alpha, then I had a good click.
Yep, copy that, Frank. And Frank, you're right there. The Papa 22 on the panel, that tab is not horizontal. If you can lock it in place, that's perfect.
Okay, yep, just good.
Okay, so now you're moving on.
Papa 7 did not end. Sorry, Papa 7 Alpha did not end up horizontal to Papa 7. Yep, good click, and I see the blue. Do you want me to fix that?
No, you got it to a hard stop, so it's a good mate. Okay, so Frank, you're working Juliet 23 Alpha to Papa 23. 21, my bad. Reading the wrong column. Juliet 21 Alpha to
I know what you meant.
P21. Thank you.
All right, Papa 23 Alpha is mated. Did get a hard connect there. It just wasn't quite as convincing as P9, but it definitely, you can see, I can undo it.
Yeah, if it's a hard stop, that's what we're looking for.
Okay. They clicked in. All right. And understand P23 from the saw. Now to this last remaining one.
Affirmative. J23 Alpha to P23.
Okay. No bent pin. No FOD. And the DMI band here on saw cable.
You're good to mate.
This one. How 180 degrees out. Let's see. Okay, there's P23 saw connected and good hard stop. And just looking at these black lines, you can see the black lines all line up on P23. You actually have like more of a turn there on P9 if you see it.
Yep, we see that in the HECA, Josh, and the black lines are a rough guide. It's the hard stop that is what counts. With that, we show all 4 connections are good for you. If you wanted to double check that the 2 that we did not touch on the panel, that those saw tabs on the connectors are horizontal.
Yeah, happy to do that. P24 to come horizontal actually comes counterclockwise. Is that really what you want me to do? Clockwise, it's no further.
Yep, clockwise to a hard stop. That's all we're looking for.
I didn't do the hard stop for P24, but it is more than clockwise, so it is not horizontal, but I think that's what you want.
Okay, copy. We're good with those checks. So that looks like a good cable, Josh.
Okay.
So the next step, Josh, would just be tidying up the slack on those remaining cables.
Sure. Okay. And Papa 21 is made it to Juliet 21 Alpha. I wasn't getting it quite because of some feeling. I felt it that last time there. Good connection.
Okay, copy. Good mate on J21 Alpha to P21. So you'll work the same, just trying to tidy up any of the cable slack.
Copy.
And with Frank Rubio calling out that last one, that Juliet 21 Alpha, that was the 8th and final connection we were looking to make during the eclipse period. So as of right now, it looks like all power connections to integrate the new IROSA have been done successfully. So with that, the crew's going to get the go to just start cleaning up some of the extra slack on these cables, just making sure they're not free-floating, series of wire ties and other means to secure them in place. And after that, they'll likely do another what we call glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Survey the cable and the panel.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Okay.
So Josh, since you finished that up, let's do a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay. No change to gloves for EV2. And gauntlets are covered. So the gauntlets are covering the wrist ring. My hap is dry.
Okay, copy, Josh. Those are good checks. And that finishes up the cable mate activity. Next will be the point. We're going to move into position to be able to drive that R9 and R10 bolts.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, next cables are kind of tidied up here. Did you guys get the views you needed for the mates?
Everybody down here is very happy, Frank. So I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Copy. On my left glove, my ring finger I think you might just want to let it be, or you'll have to undo your PGT and go, oh, I see. I understand. Yep. Maybe when I'm close to you, we'll just...
So with the iROSA installed, deployed, and connected successfully, we're moving into some of the cleanup steps. One that we're seeing them work right now is getting one of those scoops, which are the...
Sounds good.
That looks good, Frank.
So I guess I should go...
So, Frank, you're going to put the cable bag on your beat and translate that back inboard, leading the way. And Josh, you're going to have to translate out around the other side of the IEA. Before you start that, I'll check that. Once you get to where you're going, we're going to have you do a glove and half check.
Okay. So go to the opposite side of the IEA and then pause.
Yep, you've got...
And I got a copy of me, right? A copy of the IEA, it works.
Okay, next couple things here. That load alleviating strap on that red reel. I've got 2 stitches. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, in fact. So you can see, I won't mess with it, but you can see it kind of came unrolled there, but just a matter of rolling that back up. But I do see 4 on the other side.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the words, Josh. And also wanted to know if you had adjusted your TCV at all. We saw some data indications down here that thought you might have.
No, I don't think I changed it without talking to you. You remember making it cooler? No, I don't remember when I did that last. I'm pretty sure I didn't omit any calls.
Okay, yeah, just checking with you. We're looking at the data.
Okay, sounds good. I did get a little cooler while I was there on the mod kit, but I figured we'd just live with it since we're going to start moving. In terms of gloves, I've got no changes to the gloves, and my house is dry.
Copy. Thanks for the checks, Josh. And so once Frank gets the crew lock bag or the cable bag on his BRT, he's going to lead back inboard.
Okay, copy that. Everything is kind of a behemoth. You need anything from me? Just moral support. You got that, and then some. Good news is, be on my BRT in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I wish there was actually a way I could keep it. Once you have this thing on, it's just easier.
You think it's worth it to work on this PGT rep?
No, I think it'll be good all the way in.
But don't worry about it?
No, I wouldn't. Unless it, and then I could just translate to you and fix it if we need to.
I will be right next to you in a minute, but we don't have to do it if you don't need.
And Josh, while you're waiting there for Frank to lead the translation back, we wanted to look at the MLI on the lower struts of the mod kit. We're trying to make sure that those are in a good configuration and wrapped around there for thermal concerns.
Okay, I'm on the inboard edge of the IEA. Understand you want me to go back?
Affirmative, Josh. If you can translate back toward the mod kit on the path that you just finished translating on, we'd like you to put eyes on the MLI.
Okay, give me a minute.
You want me to stick around or head back?
I think we're okay, but I guess I'll defer to Nick on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, Frank, you're good to translate back in. It shouldn't take Josh long to work on the MLI. The area of interest, Josh, is on the lower struts, just below the base of the mod kit plate, the mounting bracket.
Lower struts, but up high.
Affirmative. And Frank, while Josh checks out that MLI, you're heading to the port CETA cart to temp stow the bag.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, sorry, Nick, I could have told you about this earlier. I know what you're talking about. There is no way to get those up over the bolt themselves. I gave it a really good pull earlier. There's a hole that the bolt is supposed to go through, and the MLI will not reach. I think when this was installed, that was probably the case. I get bend, at least on the right side, I got the wires structure in to try to get the hold on.
Yeah, copy that, Josh. If you can just hold position there, we've got a good video of it. Let us discuss.
Okay.
And Frank, you're good.
So I don't know if you can see this. It looks like when I put Josh's red hook on my red reel, it probably spun a couple times. There's a full 2 wraps here. I think I'm good to go up to the FSC. I just want to make sure you guys see that. You're okay with it?
And Frank, we see it. And Frank, you're go to continue.
Okay, copy. And I'm sorry, which CETA card am I putting this bag in? The starboard or port? I think it's the port one. Copy, thanks.
It's the port CETA cart. You're just dropping the bag off temp stow so that we can go work the FSC beam.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, thanks for the views and the close inspection. We're happy with the condition that it's in, and so you're go to translate back inboard.
Okay, copy that.
And Josh, as you translate back inboard, the next step is going to be working for the APFR removal. So when you get into a good position, you're going to work with Koichi and Duke to retrieve that APFR.
Copy.
Frank, as you head over to the FSC, give you those cautions again. Slow translation. Wait for any kind of motion to damp out before imparting loads. We can't simultaneously translate, and that's it.
Copy that. Okay, over at Apple.
Okay, Frank. So you're going to loosen the adjustable equipment tether from the beam so that you've got some play with the beam, and then position it into the final stowage location.
So we are 6 hours, 8.5 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I don't know if you need the comm, but I'm going to have to take comm here for a little bit. You're good. Okay. And coming back around, that safety tether is going above me right now. I think when I came around that A-frame, it just got hooked above me. But I think it's going to be okay. So no rush, but when you get eyes on, or probably when I go past you, it'd be helpful. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually going to need the fan, so it'll work out.
If you give me 1 second, I'm going to work on it now. Yeah.
And again, we're almost 6 hours, 9.5 minutes into today's spacewalk. The primary objective of the day was to get that new roll array installed, deployed, and integrated secures those beams which were moved out towards the beginning of our spacewalk to clear the way for the IROSA. They're now going to get permanently attached there to the FSC.
Motion in 3, 2, 1, starting.
Meanwhile, Josh Cassada is doing some cleanup work on the robotic arm.
I see good motion.
We're hearing the voice now of Koichi Wakata, who's at the mobile workstation inside the station's Destiny laboratory right next to
10 meters to go.
Right next to NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, who's at the controls. They're moving the robotic arm closer to Josh Cassada so he can access that articulating portable foot restraint.
Continue additional 20.
Additional 20.
He's going to be taking that foot restraint off the arm.
3, 2, 1. And
Position hold.
Alright, that's going to work. We will call that GCA complete.
Okay, brakes on. You have a go for APFR removal.
Okay, Frank, saw a good hand start on C5.
Roger.
And Frank, your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Copy.
And we're going to stop on turns. You're going to go 20 turns.
Copy.
And we're watching Frank Rubio once again using that pistol grip tool. He's securing these beams to the FSE, the flight support equipment. This is the temporary pallet that rode up in the trunk of Dragon with the 2 IROSA arrays packed on top.
my ret is on here. The jaws are closed. The paddle's out.
While he's doing this,
And I think I might take care of a couple settings now. We get there, it's going to be...
Yeah, it's Papa, Foxtrot 6.
Okay.
while Rubio's securing these beams, Josh Cassada is working to get that foot restraint off the end of the robotic arm.
That'll make more sense.
We heard call out Papa Foxtrot 6. Those are giving him the yaw, pitch, and roll settings to configure that foot restraint in where...
20 turns.
Okay, Frank. And so we're going to change our settings to Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and we'll drive to torque.
Okay. Just so you know, that seemed like it was pretty close to meeting all of Bravo 7, so I have a feeling we may get into the same scenario we had earlier.
Yep, copy that. And so we'd like you to go ahead and drive it to torque on Bravo 1.
Copy. And I'm sorry, Bravo 1.
Bravo 1,
Settings, please.
yeah, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. I've got 0.1 of a turn, green light, 11.9 torque.
Copy, that's a good C5. So if you want to stow your...
Copy.
And Frank, once you stow your PGT, we'd like you to do a wiggle test on the bolt.
I think we are pretty tight.
And we expect that, Frank. The turn count wasn't adding up down here.
Okay. Actually, the bolt is super solid. The actual beam itself has some movement underneath it.
Copy. Stand by.
Like I would say it's about 2 to 3 millimeters of movement.
And copy, Frank. We're talking it.
Okay.
And Frank, we are good with Charlie 5, so you're go to translate back over to Charlie 3.
Okay, copy. Should I call the adjustable?
Affirmative.
Josh, M2 for the SSRMS. If you're clear of the arm, we can maneuver the arm to the park position.
Stand by for 1 minute, Creechy. I'll get on the seated cart and give you go.
Copy.
And Josh, when you get over there, it's with 3 that you're looking for.
Okay, copy that.
And in this view, we can see Josh Cassada. He's got that foot restraint off of the robotic arm. He's going to be attaching that to what's known as the seated cart, the crew and equivalent translation aid.
That safety tether when you can.
Okay.
Not at the moment.
Okay.
But it's
I've got one more bolt to go and then
eventually walked out. Where's the cable bag? Oh, geez. Not needed just yet. I need to put the APFR in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're on the seated cart.
Yeah. I'm right above you.
Yeah, any chance you can give me a hand with that when you have a second?
Sure. With
See, my safety tether is probably hooked up in the HECA, I guess. It's on my right side. Super awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a lot of gymnastics to get rid of that.
I'm going to go above you here. Give me just 1 second.
Stand by. You want to make sure you don't get caught in the APFR.
Thank you. I'm about to move station forward. I just need to get under that.
We've got a cross on our... If you go station forward, we're going to cross our...
Our safety tethers?
Yeah, they're going to wrap around each other.
They were already too twisted. It's just the...
really?
Yeah, when I put your... I think what happened is when I put your hook on my red wheel, it probably spun as I was translating.
If I can quickly put this in, it looks like if I go more starboard, we're going to not have a problem anymore.
Okay. You're good. I'll just wait on you.
I'm sorry to make you wait.
No problem. This is as close as I've gotten to an APFR and 3 CVAs.
I'd be happy to pass this over to you. I think I've got Papa and can be depressed, and understand it was Fox 6.
Yep.
Up top, and then clocking 6.
Yep, you're right. 6, Papa, Foxtrot 6. And understand if you need to hold position, Frank, for the safety tethers, but you've got to go for Charlie 3 when able.
Just waiting a little bit. Thanks.
So this view from Frank Rubio's helmet cam, just below him there, Josh Cassada working to get that foot restraint stored on the SETA cart, the crew equipment and translation aid, having taken it off of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that he was riding a little earlier in today's spacewalk. If you just now joined, we had a successful completion.
Josh, Frank, just want to check with you guys. We think you're clear of the arm so that Duke and Queechy can move it into its final position.
Affirmative, we are well clear. Okay. Yep. Assuming they're going to go station forward, correct?
Yeah, that's right, yes, Frank. Stage forward, the comm meter.
Yep, you're clear, Queechy.
Okay, we'll maneuver to the park position. Thank you.
Okay, there's Papa Fox 6. And is that going to make sense? It looks like it is. So I'll get the clock in at 6, I'll get out of your way.
No worries.
Okay. Got a good full truth test, and we are black on black.
And Josh, copy the pitch knob check.
Knob can be depressed.
Copy. Thank you.
Before I get out of here, you guys are happy with that config, right? You probably see it in my headset.
Okay, Josh. So with that APFR stowed, you'll grab the cable bag, put that on your BRT, and then we'll start heading you back.
Copy. Josh, that cable bag's just off your right shoulder.
Copy.
And Frank, Josh, we're working through a little bit of blockage. Won't let you know we got your voice, but no video.
Copy, nice, thanks.
Frank, can you just verify that is, that's Papa. Can you make sure that's Fox 6 on it? And I have a good route on this guy.
On the APFR, I can't really see from this angle. It looks right, though.
I'm ready to the bag. Jaws are closed. Paddles are out. I'm going to try to swing it back me without hitting that APFR. And without catching your safety tether.
You're good.
at what's going on here. Okay. Agree that these tethers are going to be clear as soon as I cross over that cross.
At least here they will be. I can't see further down.
Oh, there we go.
Hopefully it's completely clear down there too.
There's a cross here.
Yeah, they're still spun.
We still, I'm now underneath you.
Okay.
I'll just take the cross back.
Okay.
I guess to the airlock.
Yep. Tell me about it. Should work. Frank, I'll take settings for probably 3.
Yep. And copy all, Josh, you're headed to your green hook on 3651, and those PGT settings are going to be Bravo 7 clockwise 2, Frank.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2, copy.
And on this bolt, Frank, we're looking for 19 turns, 19.
So right now we are 6 hours 29 minutes into today's spacewalk. The primary goal of installing and deploying this new iROSA was done successfully. We did get a confirmation, if we haven't reported it yet, from the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control Houston, that new iROSA already generating power. All signatures from it look great. So another addition to the power system on board the space station is successfully installed today and connected to continue our upgrades to the power system, eventually adding 6 of these arrays. This was the 4th out of 6. This one augmenting the 4A power channel. So again, that iROSA deployed, integrated successfully already into the station power system.
So you're going to Bravo 1, clockwise 2 now, and you're going to go to torque.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Going to torque.
That's a good readback.
This is not going to work, in fact, Frank. Nick for tethers here. I think I've got a plan. I want to make sure you're on board.
Okay, stand by, Josh. We'll get this PGT info, and then we'll chat.
All right, I have 2 turns, green light, 11 decimal 8 on the torque.
Okay, copy, Frank. That is a good bolt. So you're good to stow your PGT and retrieve that adjustable. Okay, Josh, we're back with you.
I took down my... Okay, so I took down my HECA. Hopefully you can see. Not sure how it happened, but we've got this cross right here. This is...
And Josh, we're negative here.
This is my load.
So just to let you know, current config. We've got good HECA on Frank, but I don't have any video off your HECA.
Okay, I've got a green light. I've got two green lights, in fact.
And copy that. And we're reestablished, Josh.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, we've got a good view of what's in front of you, and we're ready.
You can see this in the HECA. So I think the best option, I'm not sure how I got here, make sure we're not getting worse, but I think I disconnect his green hook, and I take my whole path forward of his green reel. So essentially stuff this whole thing through. And then if we have a cross.
And Josh, copy the plan. And we concur. That's a good plan. You'll just carry the cross all the way back to the airlock, and that'll be fine.
Concur. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to move your green hook a couple times here. Okay, sounds good.
And right now, Josh Cassada just doing a little bit of rearranging on those tethers. They'll have multiple engaged at any given time just to keep them secure to both the station and all the various equipment that they're working on. They have a couple of different safety tethers, equipment tethers, all available to them throughout these spacewalks. But we're largely in the cleanup and ending phase of the spacewalk so far today. Cassada's primary cleanup job was to get the foot restraint off the robotic arm and get it stowed. SETA cart, the crew equipment in translation, assist cart, and he was able to do that successfully. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio is just wrapping up, driving a couple of bolts to secure the FSE beams that had previously been holding the iRosa in place on the equipment pallet that it arrived on.
Back over to the crew lock bag Tango, and so you're going to end up picking that up. Your choice as to whether you want to stuff those adjustable inside or secure them to your MWS.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do is put them in can I put them on the outside?
Affirmative. If you want to, you can put them on the external.
I think we cleared it.
Nice, thanks, Josh. Yep.
No problem.
And then Frank Rubio's final job for cleanup is grabbing some of these adjustable equipment tethers, as they're working with.
Nice work, Josh. I see it translating back in.
As they're working with any equipment on board, they try to keep it tethered to them, make sure we don't have tools or any other items floating away during the spacewalk. And so he's just stowing some of those tethers on the crew lock bag, and then Frank will be done with his cleanup steps. We'll start to see the crew make their way back to the airlock to begin the ingress and finishing steps of the spacewalk itself. Again, right now we're 6 hours, 36 minutes in duration. Things kicked off at 7:19 a.m. Central, 8:19 a.m. Eastern. When they took their suits over to battery power, the clock's going to continue to count until they get inside the airlock, get the hatch closed, and the repressurization of the Quest airlock begins. Once we start to see the pressure tick up, that will be the operational completion of today's spacewalk.
You doing okay, Frank?
Yep. Yeah, I was just working this bag. Yeah, I might be okay. Transferring adjustables. Okay, Frank, I'd like to see this for copy, Josh. Thanks.
Okay, Josh, I see you arriving at the airlock. So you're going to stow the crew lock bag inside. Check that. It's a cable bag. It's a cable bag.
Cable bag on. Translator back.
Copy, Frank. I see you heading back in.
Copy that.
And Frank, as you come off the FSC, we're going to want you to do the seated cart brakes, brake checks.
On the right, we see Josh Cassada. He's back at the Quest airlock. Just open the thermal cover. I'm going to start moving some of the equipment inside. So Cassada is going to make his way inside of the airlock first. And he will start, or he will be primed rather, for starting to get some of the additional connections that are going to go into the suits unstowed as we get ready to basically integrate the EMUs back into the station systems, get back on those service and cooling umbilicals. But all that's still to come. Frank Rubio is going to be going in second. He's going to be prime as the lead spacewalker for getting that thermal cover and then the hatch itself closed.
I've got 2 releases on the port seated cart.
Copy. Good release on the port seated cart.
Okay, airlock rat is hooked up to the IDA bag. I'm getting my DRT off.
Copy, Josh.
Okay, the IDA bag is inside. I assume same thing for me.
And Josh, the only thing left for you is to hook up your waist tether and ingress. Frank, you're working on your green hook. I see just a nadir of the seat cart, starboard seat cart.
Roger.
Okay, my left waist tether is on the D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black, as is the hook that goes to my left D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
Copy, that's a good config. Your go to ingress.
Good.
My green hook is on my red wheel. Both wheels are unlocked.
Okay, copy that. If you can do the brake release on the starboard seat cart, you're good to come on in.
Okay.
And Josh, once you're inside the airlock, you're go to turn off your HECA.
Yeah.
The brake release is actively placed.
Copy, good brake release on the starboard cart.
A little over 6 hours, 46 minutes, and we are moving towards the conclusion of today's spacewalk. Right now, Josh Cassada already back inside of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Frank Rubio making his way there now. They finished all of their cleanup steps. And soon we'll be going back inside to but rather they're moving back inside of the airlock. Reminder, our spacewalk will officially conclude when the repress of the airlock begins. So first we have to get them inside, get them hooked up back to these umbilicals, go through a couple of additional steps in the repress cue card, get the hatch closed, and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, Frank, as you show up, Josh has already got his waist tether down on the inside, so he's got a good load path. The next step for you is going to be grabbing his anchor hook and hooking it to your waist tether.
Josh, I'm back at the airlock.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Nicely done out there.
Good to be here. You too, man.
I don't know how you drew the short straw to work on those beams again.
It's all good.
Probably because you gave me this bag.
I've had my share of that bag, so.
What's that?
I've had my share of that bag.
Okay.
All right, Nick, I have Josh's anchor hook on my waist tether. Both his anchor hook and my waist tether are day close hook lock back on by.
Okay, copy that. Good config. So you're good to pull up your anchor hook off of 554 and ingress.
Copy.
Do you want to bring the tango bag in first? Or do you want to bring it in with you?
I think I can get it with me. Let me try and. Well, actually, you know what? Let me hand it to you because I have some stuff to do, so it'll make life easier. Thank you.
Let's just make sure it's on the. What side do you want this? My tether pack on. Do you want it over here? You can run.
Yes, please, on the forward side.
I'll let you drive your safety tether however you want, since it's mine. I've got your.
Are you able to release my safety tether? Oh, I'm sorry, my
Yep, absolutely. So we got a good red on there. Here comes your lock bag. It is wrapped around this wire tie.
Thank you.
Oh, I see which wire tie this is. Alright, I'm going to go try to get out of your way, Nick, while I'm maneuvering. Do you ever go ahead and start working my SCU?
Yeah, affirmative. Your go to start working mating your SCU to your DCM.
Thank you.
And Frank, when it's convenient, if you want to turn off your HECA, you can do it.
Okay, copy. HECA's off.
Copy, all.
Okay. Duke was right. This SU does not have the satisfying click, but I push out, it does not come off, so I have made it. Great. I'm going to try to get out of your way as best I can. All right, I am in the airlock, and the thermal cover is closed.
Copy that. And I've got a few checks here to attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, cinch the strap, and report the number of Sharpie lines.
Okay.
And 6 hours 53, coming up on 54 minutes into the spacewalk. That clock's going to continue counting until we get.
Look, something's pulling me hard.
I don't think it's pulling you. I think it was twist to twist, maybe. And a roll right. I'm sorry, roll left.
But again, that clock going to continue to count. So right now they've worked to get the thermal cover closed. So we're into the very end stages of our spacewalk today. So after they get the thermal cover closed, we're now stepping into both crew members working to get their SCUs, their service and cooling umbilicals, from where they've been stowed throughout the spacewalk. They're going to remove covers on there. They're going to connect the service and cooling umbilicals, the SCUs, to their display and control module on their spacesuit. That's going to essentially hardline them back in to station systems, and then they're going to start stepping through some of the settings, including turning the water off on their EMU systems.
The cover is closed. Adjustable is on the clip point, and I see 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy that. There's another check for the thermal cover magnet engaged.
It is.
Okay, with that, you're good to remove the SCU from its stowage pouch and install it on your DCM.
Josh, are you able to scoot a little bit further port?
Oh, my head's up against the hat. I can go a little bit, keep trying to roll to put my back forward.
Hold on.
Yeah, if you could find good Velcro, I would do it. Otherwise, that's going to get in the way.
Yeah. I'm just going to connect real quick in that way.
So again, right now the crew in the crew lock section of the airlock, we've got the thermal cover closed. Next up, they're going to be
It's connected.
Okay, with that, you guys are both connected back up to the vehicle. You are good to take your water switches to the off OFF position and expect an H2O is off message.
Water's off for EV2.
EV1, water's off.
Okay, copy that. We're starting the 2-minute timer down here. And, well, we got the 2 minutes, and I still got you. Just want to say outstanding job today. You made it look easy and routine.
Thanks so much to you and the entire team. Great job again. All the people who helped plan and execute this, so thank you guys. Appreciate it. Josh, you got anything?
Same words. Can't thank you guys enough. Don't know about routine. It certainly didn't feel that way. Never does. That one felt like a lion fight. But I think the program was asking Santa for a new, and that team just made it happen.
I got to say, you've got a lot of people who are very glad that their holiday plans are still secure.
Hey, we're incredibly happy that that's the case.
Frank and I are going to put in for some leave.
Chuckles all around the room.
And some words there at the end of a long but very successful day from our two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, as well as our ground IV, the voice you've heard from Mission Control walking them through all the procedures today, NASA astronaut Nick Hague. At this point, we're just waiting. We've got a 2-minute timer after the water turns off before we start moving into the actual repressurization of that section of the Quest airlock. So coming up next, Frank Rubio, our lead spacewalker for the day, is going to get the go to close the hatch. So as of right now, the crew lock section still has an open hatchway into the vacuum of space, so he's going to close that up, and then we'll jump over to the repress cue card.
2 minutes is up, so you can verify the handle position per the hatch decal. Make sure that the out hatch is clear of hardware, and close and lock the hatch.
Good work. Nick, we are last and in the lock position.
Copy, Frank. So Josh, you're going to check on the UIA that the EMU 1 and 2 oxygen valves are open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and EMU 2 open.
You're going to switch power for EV 1 and 2 to the on position ON. Check that you've got good LEDs and a volts readout.
Power EV1 coming on. LED and volts 18.6. Power EV2. Is on. LED and 18.6 on volts.
Copy. And then you are go on your DCMs to switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Copy power to SCU.
What? EV2 and SCU. Okay.
V1 SCU.
Copy, Frank. And so with that, I will hand you two back over to Koichi.
Hey, thanks again, Nick. You guys enjoy and enjoy your new year on the thanks of us.
Thanks for everything, Nick.
It's a big team effort. Enjoyed working with you.
Okay, Nick, excellent job, and I'll take over from here. Welcome back, guys. EV1 and 2, O2 actuator to press.
O2 actuator to press and work. EV1.
In work for EV2.
And this is Mission Control Houston, just about one step away until we can call the end of today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy. Both EV1 and EV2 will take over.
EV2 still working.
Okay, see that, Josh?
Koichi, I moved my TCV to 6.
Okay, copy TCV 6 or EV1.
Actually, one, the same TCV is set press. All of a sudden it says O2 actuators off.
Copy that. O2 actuator back to press then.
And EV2 is in
Jason,
press.
you just want to make sure everyone is in
on my
press.
screen.
We currently see Frank in off. We need him in press.
EV2.
Okay, in press.
Okay, copy that, Frank. O2 actuator in press. So with both of you in press position, we will start the pressurization with the IV hatch equalization valve. And if the rate is too fast, let me know. I will start slowly.
Okay, Koichi, can you stand by for 1 second?
Copy, standing by.
And Megan, for EV2, do you show press? I'm not showing anything on my display.
We see EV2 in press. And we're still waiting on data for EV1.
Okay, Josh, is it okay to press?
Again, boss, Megan?
We see both. You are go to press.
Copy, thank you. Go to continue.
Okay, then we will start the repress with the IV hatch equalization valve, and let us know if the rate is too fast, and then expect the alert tone.
Copy. Everyone copy, thank you.
And confirmation that the repressurization of the Quest airlock has begun, stopping our timer for today. And we finished right in the dot, 2:27 p.m. Central Time, 3:27 p.m. Eastern, for a total elapsed time of 7 hours and 8 minutes in today's spacewalk. So again, 7 hours, 8 minutes. The repress starting at 2:27 p.m. Central, 3:27 p.m. Eastern. That's 20:27 GMT.
EV2. Would you expect anything on my display? I've got the brightness cranked up to 6.
We're checking.
EV1 and EV2, how's the repress rate?
Good for everyone.
I like it. Thank you, Koichi. EV2.
See that, thank you.
So right now we're seeing the pressure inside the crew lock start to tick up, and this is a manual process using a valve on that hatchway between the crew lock and the equipment lock section, where Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann are going to be standing by to help Frank get out of their suits. And so you're hearing that airlock start to fill up with air. It's a manually operated valve called the IV or intravehicular hatch equalization valve. They're able to just throttle it between off and a normal fill. So another setting where we rapidly start to repressurize, but that not necessary on a normal end of today's spacewalk. Again, that total elapsed time, 7 hours and 8 minutes. We're going to continue to pressurize up until we hit about 5 psi. And then once we get there, we will pause for about 2 minutes just to let pressure stabilize. And then after that 2-minute clock, we'll continue on.
Expect alert tone.
Copy. Thank you.
And difficult to hear, but Koichi just told both crewmen to expect an alert tone once we hit 4 psi, which we just passed. And again, expecting to continue until we hit about 5. And then Koichi will close that hatch equalization valve. We'll pause for a moment to allow the pressure to stabilize before we continue with the repress all the way up to about 14.7 psi.
Okay, 1 and 2. I turn off the IV hatch equalization valve and checking the pressure for stabilization.
Thank you, Coach.
Copy.
And this is Mission Control Houston again. We're continuing with the repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest. We're pausing at this 5 to allow the pressure to equalize, and after about a 2-minute timer, Koichi Wakata waiting inside the equipment lock will be able to open up that valve again to continue the repress all the way up to about 14.7, so that'll equalize it with the equipment lock section, get both Josh and Frank back into essentially a sea level atmosphere. We're going to do it gradually. Again, very similar to any pressure changes you go through here on Earth. You don't want to shock this system going too quick. So it's a very gradual repress for them today. After that hatch pressure gets equalized on either side, crew will be able to open up the hatches, bring them in, and then begin what's known as suit doffing, essentially just getting helmets off and then the remainder of the suit and bringing it into the day for both Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio. This was a fully successful spacewalk today. They were able to remove and install a new rollout solar array, and we did get confirmation from the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control that that solar array already integrated and providing power. Checked out great. So the primary...
We had good crew lock leak check. Please check the switch of glove heaters OFF.
Off for EV2.
And off for EV1, copy on the pressure check. Good words. Thanks, Rachel.
Okay, great. And check gloves for contamination, and if you see anything, please report to Houston.
Negative for EV1.
Negative for EV2.
Houston.
Okay, next step, both EV1 and EV2, O2 actuator to IV.
Good words.
Copy, coming to IV.
Station Houston 1, Josh, we'll go ahead and confirm that transition for you since your DCM is not showing you anything.
Okay. Copy that, thank you. I believe I'm in IV now.
Okay, copy that, Josh.
Stand by, please.
And station, we're just waiting on data here on the ground.
Copy.
Okay. EV1 is IV.
And so just standing by for another moment, we'll get a quick data pass and get all of the suit readouts down here to the team on the ground just to double confirm everything was still looking good, and then Koichi Wakata will be able to open up that valve and complete the final stage of our repress today. We'll have stats and everything before we sign off for you for today's spacewalk, which again lasted 7 hours and 8 minutes in total, fully accomplished its goal. Both Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio working to install that new solar array.
I can see it. It's in IV. We just don't have the
concurs. We see you in IV.
Yep, okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Megan.
Okay, with that, restart the repressurization.
Copy, Coach. Copy for EV2.
Okay, EV1 and 2, expect alert tone.
EV1 copy.
EV2 copy.
And so that hatch equalization valve open once more, seeing the pressure climb. They're going to continue until the difference in pressure between the crew lock and the equipment lock is essentially zero, so they'll be equal in pressure, after which case we'll be out of the repress cue card, and Koichi and Nicole will be able to open up the hatch, bring Josh and Frank back inside, get them out of suits, and wrap up a very successful day. And we're a little over 10 psi. Again, we're looking to get to right around 14.7. Looks like that's roughly the sea level pressure that the entirety of the station's kept at. Just over 11, we'll see that pressure start to equalize out pretty soon, and the hatch will come open. All right, and the pressure inside the crew lock just crawling over 14 psi, so we should be getting real close now to that equalization.
EV1 and EV2, visibility is approximately 0 and expect alert tone.
Copy. EV1. EV2. Copy.
Okay, EV1 and EV2, we will open the IV hatch.
That sounds great. Sounds amazing.
And with the pressure now equalized, Wakata working to open up that hatch between the crew and equipment blocks. And once that hatch is open, he and Nicole Mann will be able to bring.
Do this, huh? Are you safe to undo a weight cutter?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm on it. Easy, try it. Oh, yeah. Little stiffness stuff. Minutes. You're off.
All set. Thanks.
And getting confirmation the hatch now open. And with that, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann able to start bringing Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada back inside of the equipment lock. They're going to help them get helmets off, get out of their suits, make their way back into the station after an extremely successful day today. Again, just to recap, 7 hours, 8 minutes of spacewalking time today. Fully successful, able to remove that rollout solar array from its temp stow location, get it out to its new home, powering the 4A power channel. Successfully installed, unfurled, integrated in, and already generating electricity. So that's 4 out of 6 iROSA arrays now installed on the International Space Station. So very successful day, the third spacewalk for this duo just in the last couple of months and in their careers together. So a couple of quick stats for you before we go away. This was the 257th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This was the 12th spacewalk on the station in 2022, and the fourth that was accomplished during Expedition 68, third U.S. one, and the first Russian. And this was the third spacewalk of both Cassada and Rubio's career, both of them now with a cumulative spacewalking time of 21 hours and 24 minutes. So all told, these 257 spacewalks now give us a lifetime of over 1,600 hours, 1,630 hours, 26 minutes of spacewalking. That translates to 67 days, 22 hours, and 26 minutes. But with the crew back safely inside, being helped out now by their Expedition 68 crewmates, a very successful spacewalk today, we are going to go ahead and wrap up our live coverage of EVA number 83 here on NASA TV. Thanks for following along, watching Josh and Frank work in the vacuum of space and make a successful upgrade to the station's power generation system to help power more research, more technology for many years to come. Be sure to tune in for all of our upcoming dynamic activities in 2023. As the action never really stops on board the station, we'll have a lot more spacewalks, cargo vehicles, upgrade science, all happening throughout next year. But if we don't talk to you again, have a very wonderful holiday, a very happy new year, and we will see you next time on board the International Space Station. So signing off, this is Mission Control Houston.